It's time to start running!
Hello, good evening. Welcome to the home of the Ghost Owl. Here we are, Sunday night, and back to some Dune Awakening. So I was going to play Mech Warrior 5 Clans today, but I've had some feedback that I'm playing too many different games all at the same time. And
I dream of it.
It makes it
amongst the wild threads.
It makes it difficult to follow the particular game that people want to follow. It means that I'm not necessarily as focused on that game, or I forget things, or the muscle memory forgets things. So I've been told that it's not as good to watch. So with that in mind, we're back to Dune. Played Dune yesterday. We're going to pause clans. We are going to focus on finishing Mech Warrior 5 Mercs, Dune as far as we're going to take it, and the Planet Crafter. We're going to finish those before moving on to something else, unless we decide to pause them. So, for example, if a game comes out, then that I want to play more than these other games, we will just pause the playthrough. And we're not going to do alternating days of different games or anything like that. We're just going to pause the playthrough. So if a new game comes out, we're just going to play that game day after day after day until we're either finished that game or until we're finished with the game. And I don't want to play it anymore, and then we can go back to doing it. But we're not going to keep chopping and changing games around day after day. So back to Dune Awakening. But because I've got the Mercs one I've been running for a long time, the Planet Crafter I've been running for a long time, I do want to keep those going. But we're kind of going to do it more in a block fashion. So we'll see how far we get with Dune, but that's the plan. We're not going to be doing too many different games at the same time. I'm going to try and get games done and finished. And once we get either Dune finished with or Mech Warrior finished with or whatever, then we're just going to focus on the remaining two and then the remaining one, and then we'll see where we go from there. So hopefully that is clear. Right, let's join in. So it's all about focusing on getting games finished and done. Okay, so we just built our buggy. We have completed this area. We need to research a standard disruptor, apparently. Okay. Right. Okay. Let's get rid of all of that. Good, right. Okay. So what I need is I need to do a probe in here and a probe in here. Journey. I need to do the fifth trial of Ackle. Where is that? Right, that's in Hagar Rift. That's in Hagar Rift. Maybe I want to go do at least that trial of Ackle. Yeah. But I also need to make sure I've got some steel and copper cooking and all this sort of stuff. So, right, I was going to research a standard disruptor. Where are you? There. Okay, so that's researched, and I'm going to have to kill with it. Right, what I'm going to do first is I'm going to take the buggy out, and we're going to go mine a whole bunch of stuff. We got a buggy, baby. We got a buggy. I'm actually going to mine a bunch of different things. How do we... how do I change seat? F is interactions. Is there not a quick? Okay. We are missing this buggy storage, apparently. Always a problem. Okay, it's not in there. It's not in my inventory. Interesting. Maybe I just forgot to build it. We'll see. Doorbell Productions. Hey, how you doing? Thanks for joining us on Twitch. What's up? Yeah, we're playing some more Dune Awakening. Yeah. Gonna go out and do a quick bit of mining to get some iron and stuff. I want to get stuff cooking. I always like to have stuff cooking while I am out exploring from a time efficiency standpoint. So that's the plan. How do I... there we go. That switches seat. So what puts me in... Oh. 2. Okay. The F keys do work. And that is way better on the iron ore efficiency. This is like night and day better. Don't need fuels. Actually, I could do with fuel cells because I want to make. I don't want to necessarily use them in my base for power. But I do need to make vehicle fuel cells, and I need to make. I would need to make other types of fuel as well. So let's pick up that. Just having that space, I'd already be full by now if I was just putting this in my bags. So this is the way. And I also need to do the same thing with carbon because we're going to need an absolute ton of carbon. I also want quite a lot of iron because I need to start improving my storage as well, because we're not going to be able to store a lot of this stuff now. We're going to be bringing in materials more. Always useful to have a little bit of copper as well. Nice. See the iron there. range still sucks, I see. Imagine if there's a mining laser that has, like, a special one that has a quirk that's got, like, increased range. It'd be amazing. You've never seen this in the films? What, buggy mining? Really? Man. I'm sure it's in there somewhere. Though, look, I am gonna have to say, thank God that games are not made to be exactly the same as films. Because if they are, they'd be fucking boring. There's very few films that directly translate on their own into being good games. Yeah. Yeah. Because a film's only supposed to entertain you for an hour and a half, 2 hours, right? That's the thing. But good to see you, Slubs, anyway. Thanks for joining us. And, yeah, I do catch it. Slubs69. I like it. I like it. You were thinking about trying this out? So, depends obviously what type of games you like, but this is, at its heart, a survival game with very heavy story RPG elements, making it a survival RPG game. Co-op and online play is possible, but not mandatory. I believe it's in the Steam Summer Sale, so you can get it cheap if you're going to get it on PC. It comes out on console on 22nd of September, and it will also be in a complete single-player client on 22nd of September, so you will no longer need to play the game online. You have to play the game fully offline as a single player, but right now you play online, and say you can play solo, like I do, co-op, and there are places also where you can PvP. But I really enjoy the game. I played it when it first released. I have about 500 to 600 hours in the game. I think just playing solo through the current map of Haga Basin is about 100 hours. Factions is Atreides or Harkonnen. And when the game was first released, Funcom talked about adding a third faction. They didn't say what that was. Everybody assumes it's the Fremen, but there is no third faction in the game. So you side with Atreides or you side with Harkonnen, and you build up loyalty with one of those factions, giving you access to special skins, different missions, story, and quest dialogue. And of course, unplayable factions. I mean, factions in the game, of course, there's Sardaukar and Count Fenring and all his folks are in there. Obviously, you've got all the Ix people as well. So, yeah, there's one of the best books you've ever read. It's a decent book series. I haven't read them all. I enjoy Dune. I wouldn't say it's like my favorite or one of my favorite IPs. I like it. I enjoy it, and I love playing this game. So yeah, it's got a lot of good in the game, and I do strongly recommend it. Especially given it's in the Steam Summer Sale, right? First three good, rest is nonsense. You get that with a lot of IPs though, right? You know, my favorite IPs, my top 3 favorite IPs: Warhammer, 40k and fantasy, Star Wars, and BattleTech Universe. And I would say you can apply what you just said to all of those. Right, iron. Whoa, that's what I'm talking about. That is iron bars a go-go. This is what we need. Buggy is life-changing. Let's have you do all the copper. Let's have you do the remaining iron. There we go. Much the same as you. You're an old Star Wars Galaxies player. Nice. Do you know what? I never played Star Wars Galaxies. It was at a time when I was playing other games, and at a time when I was the type of gamer that only played one game, and I played nothing else, right? So I never played Star Wars Galaxies, but I did play quite a bit of Star Wars The Old Republic. I've played most of the other Star Wars games at some point or another. So, yeah. But I do lots of other stuff outside of Star Wars, so like 501st Garrison and all that sort of stuff. I have a full Star Wars tattoo sleeve because I'm a nerd and I like nerd tattoos. You were a beta tester in Star Wars? Nice. I really enjoyed it. If you take it for what it is, which is not an MMO, it has MMO elements. I love the game as a single-player story RPG. I love the co-op elements, the RP elements, the hub and that sort of stuff. But I never really saw it as this traditional MMO as it was originally conceived, with dungeons and raids and everything else. Disney ruined it. And again, look, as all of these things are, it's personal choice. Do I like the 3 Disney movies? The Force Awakens is a nod. The other 2 are just trash. I actually enjoyed Rogue One. Couldn't care much for Solo. Enjoyed the first season of The Mandalorian. I actually enjoyed Andor. I actually like Ahsoka. I'm actually a really big Ahsoka fan. I love Ahsoka. And obviously all the Star Wars Rebels stuff as well. And I actually quite enjoyed Kenobi. It has some issues in it, but you know, not everything's going to be perfect. So I know what you're saying. In some cases, I think a lot of it comes down to personal preference and what you like. I prefer the Old Republic element, and I wish movies would be made in the Old Republic, but there's always the risk that Disney will ruin the Old Republic, right? So, believe me, I am not a fan of Disney owning some of these IPs. Let's just put it like that. But I'm not a hater on everything that's come out since Disney have owned it, if that makes sense. Right, let's go and load up on carbon. Gee, how we did eat all our water, didn't we? Mind you, these are all full. Yeah, let's go and actually, is that blood pack? Oh, that blood pack's still half full as well. Okay, let's go get some carbon. So Chris, fine. Mando season 1 and 2, good. Rogue One, great. Never watched Andor. Last Jedi is. I mean, there are no words for that movie. There are no words, and to be honest, I have no words for the last one either. I'm sorry, Rise of Skywalker. I will never understand the reasoning of bringing back Palpatine, the absurd fleets of Star Destroyers and all sorts of wrong stuff in that movie. In the 501st Garrison, I am a snowtrooper. Empire Strikes Back, Hoth, styled snowtrooper, full outfit, fully cleared by 501st. That's my thing. And I'm 80% complete on a General Veers full costume as well. So I just need to get the code cylinders, the rank slide, and the helmet and breastplate and the boots. I have everything else, and essentially I have a full, other than the code cylinders, a rank bar and boots, I have the full General Veers outfit when he's aboard the Star Destroyer. So I have the hat, the suit, the belt, everything. The boots are really hard to find, and I need to save up to be able to afford the helmet and breastplate. Yeah, I mean, all of that's just all kinds of wrong. Run away, run away, run away. Sardaukar ship. Ah, quicksand. Jesus. It's all going Pete Tong. I've got a Sardaukar ship on my ass. I've got quicksand in front of me. You know, it's the same as I have issues with Disney and Marvel. Disney ruined Marvel for me. Thor was always my favourite. And for me, in the Infinity End stuff, completely destroyed Thor for me. I was incredibly disappointed with that, to say the least. You like Merit 2? Favourite mech? Ooh. So, okay. Before you get to that, you have to understand I'm a Steiner fanboy, right? I am also... I really like the clans, the clan invasion and all of that stuff, right? It's cool. It's a really cool part of Battletech. But I really enjoy the beginning up into the Succession Wars era, right? So a lot of the mechs I like are early mechs. You know, the Atlas is a classic. The Banshee, because of the story of the Banshee and the actual Banshee 3E being the second ever mech that was developed as a close combat variant, funnily enough, to support a Mackie, which I find really interesting. In terms of in the games, I mean, in MechWarrior Online, I'm quite a big fan of the heavy mech, the Night Gear, the hero version of that, for example. Who doesn't like a dire wolf? You know, I do go for Steiner Scout Lances, so you'll see me with all the heavy stuff. But I mean, a Night Star. I mean, a Night Star is really up there. I really like the Night Star, not gonna lie. The Night Star's pretty damn fun. And the Marauder too. Yeah. I don't do melee. In terms of... I don't have a problem with it being in the game. It's part of Battletech. It's not that. It's just I never really do melee in any games, tabletop or otherwise. I always play ranged armies, ranged builds, ranged mechs. So in terms of MechWarrior, you'll see, you know, a lot of pulse lasers. So Wubshi, absolutely. You'll see me using a lot of pulse. PPC and Gorse. Right now in MechWarrior 5, I'm enjoying PPCs paired with AC-10s, so standard PPC paired with AC-10s or LBX-10, being quite nice. Boating of ER large lasers. I've really been enjoying a Banshee that has 2 large lasers and 3 AC-5s in that game. That's actually really nice. It works quite nicely together. So, you play MWO. I haven't played MWO. So the last time I played MWO was actually when I started streaming, which was, I don't know, a couple of years ago. and I couldn't get back into it. I also didn't really enjoy the community as it is today. But back in the day when NWO came out, I was a founder. In fact, I was a legendary founder of NWO. I played a lot of it. I was in the Wolf Spiders battalion clan, for want of a better term, and competed with them in a few of the tournaments. Yeah. Yeah, but I haven't played MWO in a good 2 to 3 years. But yeah, I didn't find the community very welcoming as it is today. It's a very, very small community that I would say is not very welcoming of outsiders today. Yeah. I also really don't enjoy the tier system of matchmaking, because, so for example, I went back, as I said, 2 to 3 years ago, went back playing it, got into tier 1, and it completely took away all my fun of building mechs, because if you weren't running with a meta build, you just got smashed. So I hate the fact it has these tier, because you only play against tier 1s, you only play against a few different players, and they're all running full meta builds, and it's really unfun. I wish it was more like World of Tanks, where everybody was mixed together, and because sometimes you would be in a match with great players and you'd get trashed. Sometimes you'd be in a match with bad players and you could take in your lore-friendly or just fun mech build and it wouldn't matter, right? You could just have fun. So, but I really, really enjoy MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries. I'm actually running a live playthrough of that now, so sometimes I'm streaming that. In that, I've done a full playthrough vanilla with no mods and all the DLCs, and recently did a playthrough of Chaos Reign, which is a story playthrough, and I'm currently doing a fully modded playthrough as a career, and doing mech collecting. Yeah. Really like MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries. And I've done one stream of MechWarrior 5 Clans, but I was recently told that I was playing too many different games at the same time by a few people, and it was becoming difficult to follow and everything else, so I'm cutting back on the number of different games I'm playing at the same time. Going to focus on trying to get games finished before moving on. Either finished as in complete, or finished as in not playing for a period of time. You were tier 1, took years out, ended up in 4 against T1s. Play what you enjoy. It's not about playing what I enjoy. I actually enjoy loads of games. I've been playing games since I was a kid. I first started playing online in like 1997, playing Counter-Strike and Command & Conquer, Red Alert 2, Eagle Red mod and stuff. So it's the fact the issue I have is I like playing lots of different games, and as a result, I play so many different games that it becomes hard to follow if you're following a playthrough, and you have to take into account that when you're streaming and doing content, you aren't just playing for yourself. Right? You are playing for other people to watch it. And therefore I need to take into account how people are consuming the content, and if they prefer me to get games finished before I move on to another one, then I'm going to take that feedback on board, because I still want to produce the best content, best quality, or content that people enjoy, right? Yeah, mine is the same, man. I wish I could stream full time so I could just play a lot of these games in my Steam library. The problem is a lot of the games I play are actually very long. Right, I don't play many games that are like, oh, campaign done in 10 hours, you know? You know, Satisfactory my satisfactory playthrough was 270 something episodes, I think. And each episode was 30 minutes. You know, I've never done a complete playthrough of Cyberpunk. I've never done a full playthrough of Baldur's Gate or Rogue Trader. They're on the list. Never done a full playthrough of Battletech. So what I'm actually trying to do now is finish games. That's one of my aims. And we've been doing actually quite good. We've actually over the last year and a half, we've been pretty good at actually finishing games or reaching a point where I don't want to play that game anymore. Like, I'm just done with it. If you refunded them all, you'd be able to retire. Man, that would be great, right? Why did my thing overheat? Dude. We still got loads of space. Okay. We are filling up on carbon, which is great. It's going to give us all the steel. Steel for days. Yeah, the next games on my radar that I own right now is Days Gone, No Man's Sky, and Conan Exiles. And 2 games that are coming out this month that I'm looking forward to is Assassin's Creed Black Flag and Halo Campaign Evolved, plus the Pal World 1.0 update comes out in 5 days, which is like, Don't know if you're going to stay up and watch England. I know I'm not. Two reasons. One, I don't enjoy or follow or watch football, soccer in any type of form. I'm an ice hockey guy. And 2, being a Brit that also no longer lives in the UK, man, I still hear about 1966. I can't imagine what it's going to be like if we win and how much you'll just never hear the end of it. No Man's Sky, after all, the fix and masterpiece. I've only played No Man's Sky for like an hour. So I haven't really touched it at all. And I'm really looking forward to getting into it. Yeah. I do like my space stuff. My first MMO was EVE Online. Like, I'd like to play X4. I'd like to play Elite Dangerous as well. I'm actually thinking about investing into a full space flight HOTUS, the VBK stick and throttle. We do actually. Maybe can I get it this way? Maybe. This Evil Knievel. Maybe. Elite Dangerous is kind of getting abandoned now. Can you not play it? Like, is there not like a single player like campaign story element to it I could still play? I think that'll do for now. We can start heading back with that. That's a lot of carbon. I thought that's going to see us for as much as we ever need of steel. devs are milking. There's no campaign at all. So is there? I mean, I've never played Elite Dangerous. I've just like obviously seen stuff like adverts and stuff about it. So is there no single player element to Elite Dangerous? And can you only play it online, or is there an offline mode? And if it is only online, the game's not shutting down though, right? It's going in maintenance mode is what you mean. There's no real single player. The aim is to make and buy the biggest ships, which is fine. I'm cool with that. Not necessarily expecting a space opera RPG. But there's no offline mode, right? You can team up. Man, we used a lot of fuel. I need to go to Derek and get a fuel-efficient driver. That one trip used like all my fuel. Holy crap. You can play multi, but you can play online solo. Right, so, but it's online only, so in theory the devs could shut the game down and it would be unplayable. Understood. Let's go get some water before I actually kill myself. There we go. Good, so we've deposited that. Right. Steel. 20. Okay. Ooh. There we go. Where do I live now? I live in Florida. Yeah. I've been in the US now for about 2.5 years. Spent 2 years in Virginia. Recently moved down to Florida. And I've got about another 2 years or so left in the US because I'm out here for work. Yeah. Oh, I did not want to get back in the button. There we go. Cool. And there's a medium cell. And let's get the cobalt paste cooking. Our water's the thing. Okay, understood. Right. Now then. Let's put that away. Okay, I've got everything I need. My leader johns are full. So I think I'm going to take the bike. I'm going to head to Derek Shannara because we completed his quest. But we didn't get the training for Planetologist Tier 2. So I think I want to go and do that, and then I want to go and do the Trial of Ackle, which is down around here somewhere according to the map. Let's see. Fifth Trial of Ackle, view the map. Wide, narrow, corner with a little bit of sticking out. Wide, narrow, corner with a bit of sticking out. I am pretty sure it's in around here somewhere then. I think it's in around here somewhere. Okay, let's go see Derek first. Cool, you're in Scotland. Whereabouts in Scotland? My one of my offices is in Glasgow. So I have spent a fair bit of time travelling to Glasgow and back. Derek is there. You're from Glasgow, but you stay in Fife now. Ah, the good old Fife Flyers. I know them as a hockey team. Yeah. Seems like a long way, so we'll cross over here. So were you following the World Cup and particularly upset at the results, the unfortunate results for you guys? Or are you more of a rugby man? It's interesting. Most of the people that I personally know in Scotland are more rugby people. They're more interested in the Five Nations or the Rugby World Cup than the soccer. Or Six Nations, sorry, as it is now. No excuses. Shit. Okay, hello, worm. Shai Hulud is awake. Yeah, I can certainly say if you like Dune and you like Dune lore, you will really enjoy this game. They have put a lot of effort into this game in terms of lore references, lore story stuff. Yeah, I enjoy it. I enjoy it. I think it's well done for the type of game it is. The reason it didn't do so well after a very strong start was because of the end game. But if you play this game for what I think it is, which is not an MMO, it's a survival RPG, you'll find it a fantastic purchase. And you will get at least 100 to 200 hours out of this game. How does the game run for you? So bearing in mind, I'm playing it in 4K. I'm streaming it in 1440, and I've got all settings to max. I'm currently seeing 92 frames DLSS. And I don't have like a top rig. I'm still running, what am I running? I'm running a 4080 Super and a 7800 X3D.
You've returned. How can this humble botanist be of service?
And a single player offline will run even better, for sure.
I remember. I've spent so much of my recent life as a scholar that I'd forgotten what it was like to get my hands dirty in the field.
Yeah, given you've played quite a bit of Star Wars The Old Republic, you'll find the chat and the selection of what you say to be very Star Wars The Old Republic-y. So if you think about how the class story and stuff went, I would say you will see some similarities to Star Wars The Old Republic.
For the older generations, yes, field research was a major component, really understanding the planet, you know? A myriad of ecosystems. It's why Pardo Kynes was such an inspiration. A man who walked the walk, lived amongst the Fremen. I wish I could have met him. Or his child, Liet Kynes. I wonder... No. Let's just focus on your training.
4080. It's still a good card, yeah. That's why I haven't upgraded. Going from a 4080 Super to a 5080, which is ridiculous expensive. I'm not spending that kind of money. Jesus. I'm not made of money, do you know what I mean? I can't afford to buy Halo Campaign Evolved and Assassin's Creed Black Flag at full price in the same month, so upgrading, not going to happen. I upgrade like once every 6-7 years if I'm lucky. I've been able to save enough money.
I left my life at the academy to come here and help the Kynes. I feel like, even with both of them gone, I could do more. Never mind.
And also, when you're creating your character, the choices you make do have an impact in terms of you'll get special voice lines for choosing either a background or where you came from and all that sort of stuff. So it does make a difference in terms of you get special dialogues for it. The only thing that kind of doesn't really make much of a difference is when you pick your class. There are no classes in the game, right? It will ask you, are you a trooper? Are you a swordsman? Are you Bene Gesserit? All that means is what skill tree you start with unlocked. But as you progress through the game, you will unlock all skill trees and you can use all skills from all the different skill trees. So just keep that in mind. My recommended starting classes or starting skill trees is Bene Gesserit or Swordmaster, because you won't meet their trainers until later in the game. The graphics card price is stupid. Graphics card, RAM, SSD, the whole lot's stupid
Then pay
right
attention.
now.
A planet is merely an expression of energy, a machine being driven by its sun. Relationships within relationships. There. I hope some of this will be of use to you. You remain a suspiciously apt pupil.
If a key component of my PC goes wrong right now, I'm gonna struggle to replace it, that's for sure. Right, skills-wise, so we've got 25 skill points. There's nothing I'm adding right now to the trooper. Or the mentat. I've got everything I want from that. Yeah. That's what we just unlocked, is the tier 2 of this. We don't have the Bene Gesserit yet. And you can we can redo your skill points on a regular basis, so that's not a problem either. So there's nothing else I want to add to the Swordmaster, because that's still only tier 1. So, yeah. Right, I definitely want vehicle repair and fuel efficient driver and vehicle mining. Right, that's definite. Vehicle scanning, sandcrawler yield, fuel efficient pilot, not yet. Cut array mining, that will still be useful. Even though we're using the vehicle now, like if later on, if we're going for things like jasmium and stuff like that, it's always useful having color ray mining as a high level. Dew gathering, yes. Compaction, definitely. Analysis mode versus maximum power regen. I can only have 2 out of these 3. I think I'm going to get more out of my power pack and power pack regen, because that doesn't just do my mining and stuff, it also does my shield, right? So having that power come back is, I think is a better way of going. Yeah. Okay. Right, so we've seen him now. So now I want to go into somewhere around this area. I think I'm going to go in at the top first, because I also need to do probing. So I do have my probe launcher to survey. You bought this just before the prices went up, so it cost you 2k at the time. Exact same PC, now it's 3k. Oof, it's crazy, man. It is crazy. It is crazy. No, sidecar. Which way are you going? Are you going to go that way? Last thing I want to do is get stuck in a bloody barrier crossing the deep, well, crossing into the deep desert, or crossing the desert. Stay out of the spotlight, literally. Right, let's rock and roll. Yeah, we can only hope that it changes. I don't think it's going to change before 2028 though. So I'm just praying my PC holds together until then. Oh, he came up early. Came up very fucking early. This is not good. Fortunately, he actually he came up quite a way away. So that was lucky. 3 to 4k for 5090 ice. It's mentalist. I wouldn't pay it out of principle. To be honest, given the streaming and stuff like that, if my graphics card died now, I'd probably look for a second-hand one or something. Second-hand 4080 or something like that. Come here, get some water, and I'm going to repair the treads. Yeah, I mean, like 3 to 4k, I mean, that's like, what, 3 months mortgage? Good luck with that. That's repaired. Let's get some water. Right, and that's up there. Do I still have... I do have a spare fuel cell. Okay, good. Right, here we go. Looking for the next trial of Ackle. Well, here we're also going to try and find somewhere where we can probe from and do a survey. Looks pretty promising, that one there to start with. Yeah. Or even that one. I'm thinking that might be a good place to actually no, because it's going to be on a Harkonnen base, which means it won't allow me to use my bloody sugar wire. So that's no good. Let's have a look what we've got here. Which one's taller? This one. Let's try this one. As high as I wanted with that. Right, is this going to be high enough? That's the key. Can we do it with just this? Yes, we can. Cool. Survey incoming. Okay, map, reveal your secrets. Ah, and now it's come up. Perfect. Oh yeah, okay. That's where we go in, ladies and gentlemen. That's where we go in. Get through this way. Yeah, we can actually. Look at these lovely Thopters. Good wrecks. Lots of wrecks here. That's good for Holtzman things and an armor plate, because you get a lot of armor plate from wrecked buggies. Just make sure I don't fall down the hole, because it's a long way down. And ain't nobody like to fall down the hole. So Ahsoka, most interesting character dynamic. I know, man. I know. Though I have to say, I really do like the lady who plays Ahsoka. I think she does a really good job, Rosario Dawson. because obviously she's playing an elder Ahsoka, which is good. And nice to see Admiral Thrawn make an appearance, because he's just an awesome character in my opinion. Nice to see an alien leading an Empire thing, which is highly unusual, but of course he's Chiss. And Chiss are like one of the only like proper alien race that the Empire tolerate. Why does it say up? I suppose that's just the single symbol, right? There it is. Ooh, hello. Nice. The Hound from Game of Thrones. He's a cool actor. I really like the Hound. He was actually probably one of my favourite characters in Game of Thrones. I thought he played that really well. Can't remember the actor's name. The spice is nice. Here we are, Spice Dream.
Who is the Creator? Ibn Qirtaiba. May his passing cleanse the world.
Rory McCann. There you go.
Our God gave us the gift of thought, and the words of the
Kitab Al-Liba.
Shai-Hulud cleanses Arrakis, creates the air we breathe, the soft sand where we pitch our tents, and smites our enemies.
Aha, this be the quicksand. See, if I had a sugar wire, I could just jump over it.
We grew soft on Poritrin, an easy planet, and God brought the weight of kindliness to prepare us for the typhoon that comes.
There he is. Nice.
The world is a carcass. Who can turn away the angel of death? Our footsteps are as the drums of the slavers, calling Shai-Hulud upon our enemies.
Men must learn to live with their gods. Who can deny a Fremen the right to walk or ride where he wills? Only Shai-Hulud, the Maker.
That's cool.
Did not God give us himself? And who is the creator?
Interesting if they find the origins of the Jedi on that planet. Do you think
May
they'll go
his
that far?
passing cleanse the world, Ibn Kirtaiba, who is the
Do
creator?
you think they'll ruin some of that mystery?
The Maker, may his passing cleanse the world. Remember Poritrin, Bila Kaifa.
Cool. It's a thumper. Did I watch The Acolyte? I did not. Did you watch it? I could already tell from watching the trailers that it wasn't for me. Oh. And my first playthrough, we did a guy doing Atreides. So this playthrough, we're doing a girl and going Harkonnen. Okay, so we've now unlocked the thumper. So, journey-wise, 6th Trial of Akil. Okay, that's in the top corner of the map, so that is over here somewhere. Where is that? It's got to be somewhere like around here, right? Okay, well, let's go out and do that. Whatever you do, don't. Did you watch it? Which way do I go? This way. Oh. No! Fell off. Damn. Oh, did it again. Caught the bloody thing. There we go. There we go. Right. I need to get over this area. Now I do have my bike, but I want to see if I can get onto one of these higher things in the new area. How far are we? So I need to look at maybe this one here. I wonder if this is in the new zone. No, it's not. Okay. Okay. You mentioned 40k. Yeah, I've been playing Warhammer 40k since 2nd edition. I first picked up my first miniature in 1992. And I've been playing Warhammer Fantasy Battle and 40k pretty much since then. Yep. I have, with the amount of miniatures I've got, I could probably retire. It's of course how I got into Battletech and stuff as well through tabletop. Right, can we do this one? 50 meters? Rude. No. Oh, you bitch. And I'm cooking. Ugh, get me up. Is there any shade? Can I get shade here? I bet I can't cut this either, can I? Nope. Damn. That would have been nice to pick up some aluminum. Right, let's do the survey. Never done the figures, but you like the games. Looking forward to Total War. Oh man, Total War 40k. I've been wanting that game in God knows how freaking long. I've played the Total War games since Medieval 1. I never played Shogun 1, but since Medieval 1. Rome Total War obviously was amazing. I've loved, I would say my most played games in terms of hours on Steam are the Total War games. And certainly Total Warhammer, the whole series, 1, 2 and 3. So I'm really looking forward to Total Warhammer 40k, like really looking forward to it. That's huge for me. And of course Dawn of War. Played all the Dawn of War games. Literally as soon as they came out I had Dawn of War 1, 2 and 3. Dawn of War 3 was garbage. But like Dawn of War 1 with Winter Assault, all the DLCs, Soulstorm. What was the other one? There was Soulstorm, which was like, almost had like a campaigny map. Winter Assault introduced the Guard, and then there was the Necron one, I forget what that one was called, and then obviously Dawn of War 2, amazing, love Dawn of War 2 as well. So looking forward to Dawn of War 4, hope they said they're going back to looking at Dawn of War 1 as their inspiration, so that gives me hope. How are we going to get to this place? Are we just going to go out to the wall and follow it up? I think that's probably the way. Yeah, 3 was shite. Yeah, I totally agree. They completely fucked up with 3. Don't know what they were thinking with 3. I just hope that we get the other factions, because too many of these games, they go Space Marines, Chaos, Orcs, Eldar, and then we never see the other factions. What will make the game big is adding all the other factions. It's the other factions that all of us want. I want to play Tau, I want to play Sisters, I want to play Necrons, you know? I want to play Admech, I want to have Skitarii and stuff like that. So I really hope they add the other factions. The one downside to any... can I get through there? The one downside to any Warhammer game is it's like DLC heaven for companies. And we've seen that with Total Warhammer. It's a lot of DLCs. And the problem with that is, while over time the cost isn't great, it struggles to bring new players in, because then it obviously costs too much to get in with all the DLCs. You know, look at Battle Sector. Warhammer 40k Battle Sector has exactly that problem. Sick of the Blood Ravens and the Ultras. Dude, that's blasphemy. You leave my boys in blue alone. I have all my Space Marines, well, 90% of my Space Marines that I own are Ultramarines, and that includes a full 30k Horus Heresy army as well. Cato Sicarius is a legend. But I know a lot of people are sick of the Ultras because they've been used as the poster boys. Of course, they weren't the first. Look at how prominent Crimson Fists were. And Blood Angels. You know, people forget that Space Hulk, Blood Angels. You know? Crimson Fists had all the showing on Armageddon and stuff. Where's the entrance is the question. Not there, clearly. You're a salamander. You like good old Vulcan, Hestan. Fun to play for salamanders. Lots of flame, lots of melter. No, I think if I wasn't so focused on Ultras, my second favourite loyalist, Legion, is, or chapter I should say now, is Space Wolves. I like Space Wolves a lot. Yeah. And then from the Traitor Legions, Night Lords and Iron Warriors. So I have Night Lords 40k army, and I have Night Lords and Iron Warriors 30k armies. Oh shit. Mine! Oh, it's a gas mine as well. Do I have my compactor on me? I do. Pointy teeth. Have I played Space Marine 2? A little bit. Because it's a single player story game, I wanted to play it on stream, so like I've done like an hour of it to check the game out, but I haven't.
The Sardaukar destruction extends.
I haven't played it through yet. But my intention is to do that on the full live stream.
The purpose, but the altar seems to have contained a quantity of spice, and the murals. Such beauty to be destroyed by the cut of a lasgun or blade. All I could decipher from here is another step on the journey of the Zensuni wanderers. Thurgrod. Perhaps there's some link between the Zensuni and the Fremen.
Okay, where's the 7th? Oh, it's back in the Hagar Rift. Where's that? So you've got this feature to this bridge, and it's just after that, Red Moor. Right, that's that. Oh, it's marked. Okay, let's get out of here then. the way out here? That would be no. I'm lost. In a cave. No, there we go. Cool. Right, how do I get out of here? Still haven't sorted this out. Still a lot of bugs in the game that I'm hoping they're going to fix with the September update. But yeah, I played Space Marine 1. Space Marine 1's awesome. That was fun. Really enjoyed that. Played that when it first came out. Played it again when they did the full like Game of the Year edition, or whatever it was, not Game of the Year, but whatever they call these remaster things these days. Is there a way up? Oh! Oh, look at that. Evil Knieveled. Evil Knievel. Aha. That looks like a way up. Yeah, man. Just gotta try not to fall in the hole. And there's exactly one of the holes I don't want to fall in. We need to go into the Haggar Rift, but not there. Ooh, not that there's falling damage on vehicles, which I kind of wish there was. I think there should be no collision damage for Thopters, but I think there should be falling damage for ground vehicles. An hour to go, you might make it. Weren't they going to move the time? The kickoff time. Where is it? It's over here. So, do we need to go down this hole? Is that what it is? So is this down more? Okay. Down more. Yeah, thunderstorms. Man, I wouldn't write thunderstorms. I get thunderstorms certainly every week. But there's like thunderstorms nearly every day where I am, so at the moment. Particularly this time of year. So I feel you. This definitely looks like the Red Moor to me. I see bad guys. I see dead people. Come on then.
I'm pink.
Sweet. Also gators. Do you know what? Where I am, I'm in a fairly built up place. There's no gators where I am, but well, I certainly don't see them, put it like that. I've seen probably 2 gators since I've been here. But there is a lot of really cool wildlife here. You know, there's actually, where I live, there's actually a fairly friendly bald eagle who just flies around. He's kind of got this area as his territory, which is pretty cool. But to be honest, you're more likely to find a snake than you are a gator, I think, in most cases. Suck your blood. Nice. Blood is life. Blood is water. We're playing a vampire survival game, apparently. That's what I'm looking for. Stephen, there you go, sniffing the spice again. Man, I'm addicted. Anyone would think it's a drug. Semuta.
Why were we created? Ibn Qirtayba. Our God gave us the Hulasikali Wana, the wind that eats flesh. And the words of the Kitab al-Ibar carry shelter always against the coming of Kralizek. Bila Kaifa.
So I wish that less rock areas and overhangs gave you shelter. I think you should have to carry one of these all the time, but to be honest, you don't ever need one.
We were exiled from Nilotic al-Urobra.
So I really kind of wish
our
that
unwillingness
at the
to
moment you can get away with just hiding in, you know, close enough to a cliff face. And like I say, I wish that wasn't a thing. I think you should be carrying a steel tent with you all the time.
For our willingness to forget.
I'm stuck. I was stuck. Literally, I was on the rock. Couldn't go forward, couldn't go back, and could only jump vertically. That was interesting.
And the judges
on the one
said,
rock that falls.
Mine enemies are like green blades eaten down, that did stand in the path of the tempest. Hast thou not seen what our Lord did? The weight of a kindly God is a fearful thing. Why did God create us? We are the action and knowledge of God, and He has prepared the way.
Come on, Funcom, fix some of these issues. You know you need to. I am hoping for a very big set of patch notes. Where are we going? This way? Yeah. I am hoping for a very big set of patch notes with the console release. Maybe I'm...
Ibn Kirtaiba, the typhoon struggle comes.
Maybe I'm hoping too much.
Why
I'm full
were we
copium.
created?
To survive Kralizek, the war at
To
the end of the
survive
universe.
Kralizek, the war at the end of the universe. Yahya Shuhada. Remember Nilotic al-Urobra. Bila Kaifa.
Cool. Nice. Alright, let's get out of here. Actually, where are we going next? So, journey, footsteps of the Fremen, view map. Mesa Turam, Jabal Efra Al Garb. Mesa Turel. Okay, so I need to come down. Do you know what? I think I'm going to head back, restock water. And then we're going to come down and we're going to survey both of these areas. Okay, so we're going home. We're going home. Could just drive straight through the rift. It's probably the best way to do it. Okay, this is the way out.
Found them!
I will take that. Thank you. Give me your stuff. All your stuff are belong to me. Right. Bike. Where are you? Take me home. I want blood, because we're going to need some more water, so might as well pick that up, and we'll pick some erythrite crystal up while we're down here too. Because we always need cobalt paste. If I remember, we need an absolute metric ton of cobalt paste. I seem to remember last time I played, I was in these caves a lot, farming cobalt paste. Oh, it's a sniper dude. I wanted this because I need to change to my cut array. We need to make a new cut array. I need to make a Mark III cut array. That is the other thing I need to do because I can't get aluminum. And I can't mine aluminum with my buggy until I've got a buggy Mark IV cut array, and a buggy Mark IV cut array needs aluminum. Array is going to be important. I'm not going out of my way here to get aerosite crystal, I'm just picking up what's on the way. The real aim is to go back, refill with water, drop off the blood, empty the bags, and then we're going to go back out. I want to get all the trials of Ackle done because getting a death still is going to be my principal source of water in my aluminum outpost, because I'm going to build an outpost in the Eastern Shield War to farm aluminum. I don't really want to be transporting the aluminum backwards and forwards. What I'd really like to do is make a death still to get water. Now we're going to have to transport the first few loads of aluminum back, but the plan is eventually all our water is just going to come from death stills in that outpost. And eventually the plan will be to turn that outpost in the shield wall into my main base. So I've got to decide where I want to build my main base. I also don't know how busy it is out there right now. Getting a Thopter is going to be key. So that's of course going to need aluminum. I mean, now we've got the buggy. The next big milestone is a Thopter, so Thopter and a death still. It's like 255,000 to buy all Thopter parts at trade these vendors. Yeah, I'm gonna make a Thopter. I'm not gonna buy it. I made one last time. It's not, I mean, it's a grind, but it's not like, you know, I'm gonna rip my eyeballs out grind. It shouldn't be easy getting a Thopter, right? Because getting a Thopter does pretty much remove the worm as a threat, it completely changes the game. All those difficult to reach places suddenly become like, you know, easy to reach. So I think that getting a Thopter should be hard. I still, personally, I think getting a Thopter, you still get it too early. I think it should be like an ultimate end game thing, but because I've always found that flying mounts in these type of games removes a lot of the in-game world stuff from the game. It's like World of Warcraft, right? When you had flying mounts, you know, you're almost never going to end up in PvP anymore because you just fly everywhere. You never run on the ground. You never run into enemy mobs. You know, all those sort of random elites that are walking around, you're never going to see them anymore. It's like in this game, as soon as you can fly, sandworm doesn't mean anything anymore. The speed and time of getting to places doesn't mean anything anymore. The whole climbing mechanic becomes virtually useless. I mean, sure, there's one or two places where you can use the climbing mechanic and it's indoors, but in reality, you don't. You know, it's not the big deal it is when you're playing like now. Let's get rid of that and that. You see a lot of people skip contracts and just head for deep desert. They certainly do. Which is not me. I really don't get the whole point in rushing this game. I just don't. It's not a game that is intended to be sped run or rushed. That is really not its thing. That being said, I'm also not going to do stuff for no reason, which is why I didn't do any iron tier gear, because it was a waste of time. And that's why I think they need to make the game harder, or the mobs harder in these areas. I got a spare. No, that's a hand scanner. Okay. That doesn't look like mine. I think that's what I picked up. Okay. Wood. Thing is, to go to the deep desert, you still need aluminum, right? You still need aluminum to build your Thopter. You still need the components to build the Thopter, so you still need an element of stuff, right? To do that. Can I build a Mark III cutter ray? That's the question. I can build a still tent. Do you know what? I am going to do that. Mark III cutter ray. Yes, please. I don't get that. Personal light. Yes, please. Welding torch Mark III, yes please. And then the other thing is I need a Mark III power pack and a Mark III shield. Where is that? just made your first aluminum armor today? Nice, dude. That is nice. Cut array as well, that's awesome. And the Mark III shield. Good. Perfect. Perfect. So, I think we're good. We've got ammo, we've got bandages. So I need to refill my water. I've got my probes, blood bags. Okay, that's all looking good. Right, let's refill my leader John. Right, research. We've got a lot of research stuff here. So, let's have a look. What do I want to unlock? Aluminum products. Right, I want aluminum blood extractor. Yes, definitely. Dew Reaper, definitely. Dew Scythe. And blood sac. Right, I want aluminum heavy armor. I want the disruptor. I want the drill shot. Sniper. And the Karpov. I want the rad suit. Do I want the rapier or the sword? I think I'm going to go with the sword. And the heal kit. Right. What do I want from here? I want medium ore refinery, definitely. Big storage container. Big cut array. Static compactor. And the power pack. There's no Mark IV shield, is there? No. Okay. And then here. Oh yeah, full suspensor belt. Yes, please. And then aluminum products. Right, so Thopter. Oh, do I not have enough? What? That's kind of weird. Do I not have enough to do it? It says 30. Or is that 130? That's 30, right? Why can't I? What? Oh, it just wasn't showing. It was being weird. Cut array Mark IV. And Thopter storage. Cool. The base you told me about that you raided had a Mark V shield and power pack. Nice, dude. That's a find. That's a find, my man. Yeah. Cool. Right, that was a good set of unlocking the stuff. Right, we've got a bit of a trek. We've got plenty of water. I'm going to take a little bit more fuel. Actually, that's one big fuel. I don't want the... one big or too little? That's 2 volume, 3.3. So the 1 medium's better than the 2. Doesn't actually tell me which one, if that does actually double the amount though. Okay. All right. Right. So we are going like around here somewhere. How much did that use? Okay, we got plenty. Okay. Have you done all your Trials of Ackle, Stephen? Yeah, you finished 2 days ago. Nice. I definitely, like, replaying this game, I definitely think going for the Trials of Ackle, like, not as soon as you can, but as early as, you know, reasonably early, certainly before you get to Aluminum Tier, is worth it. The still tent's nice. Obviously you need the compactor, but getting that death still, I think, is pretty important. You got 2 death stills filling up your water storage. Nice. Yeah, in the end game, like my end game base, I found 5 to 6 advanced death stills is pretty much what I need to keep 5 million water storage going, which is what I have. On my other account, that's what I had on my other. That was, but that was before. I don't know how it is now. You see, I don't know how much, if any of the water values have changed or anything like that. But before, I was doing. I had 5 million water storage, and I had 5 or 6 advanced death stills. Quicksand around here. Why are you always where I want to go? I swear those Sardaukar ships, like, can read my mind. Right, now I need to try and get up one of these to do a survey. Don't fall off. "45 meters more." 'Actually higher up than the Sardaukar ship right now. Imagine if you could literally, like, jump onto it, board it. That would be wicked. I think it was Tacticat you were watching a while ago that had 15 advanced death stills, 10 million storage, 5 large spot. Jesus. I found that as a solo player, you just won't be able to bring in enough materials to justify that. Like, if you're doing that for a guild, I get it. But for a single player, you will never need that. You will never need that. You just won't be able to get enough mats quick enough to justify it. Like, on advanced death stills, 45 minutes, right? How much can you really pull in 45 minutes? If it was a guild base, yeah, that makes sense. For a guild base, I get it. But for a solo base, I found for a solo base, 5 to 6 death stills. Because the problem is, on a solo base, you go much more than, you know, if you go, in reality, if you go more than 5 death stills, the amount of power that you need, which then means the amount of power, fuel that you've got to farm and all that, it's just not worth it. Take it in, which means I have to pick it up. Very expensive spice generators, yeah, that's just not worth it. Not for basic. Just yourself, unless you want to spend all your life just farming fuel. Not so bad now with the double fuel requirements, but and again, wouldn't be so bad if you didn't have base decay, which is one of the things I want to turn off. Is obviously base decay. So. Good thing you picked it up. The exit puts you on top of the cliff. Carvings in the door depicts a series of planets. It's a Lido projection. Always jump off, but yeah, that's picking up the way. There's nowhere around there to really dump it anyway. We're having a slow motion close-up of the door and the solar system depictions right now.
We are the people of Misr. We have known flight and death. The young go on that our people shall not die. Where did our flight begin?
I could never remember these. Holy crap, Rossack.
You have failed the proof.
Okay, so it's better to juice, maybe.
We are the people of Misr. You have failed the...
No, of course it's not. I'm glad I listened.
We are the people. We grew soft, Wali. So God brought us the weight of kindliness to prepare for the typhoon. Name the planet where we lost our way. You have failed the...
Good.
We are the people. We grew so on our wanderings. We came to a planet devoid of gods, where war was constant and violence was religion. You have failed the proof.
Okay, it's going to be one of those.
We are the people. We grew soft, Wali. On our wanderings, we came to a planet devoid. We remember the slave cribs where we were held, weeded out, persecuted. You have failed the... We are the people. We grew soft on our wandering. We remember this. You have failed.
Oh, fucking hell. Now it's that one.
We are the... We grew soft on our one. We remember the slave cribs where we were. You have failed.
Oh, shit. That was the one that...
We are the... We grew soft on our wanderings. We remember the slave cribs where we... The thread of the past was carried by word until we found the poison drug. One of the cursed planets. So many planets across so many centuries. Our people broke apart, split, reformed. Some planets we barely remember at all. A long journey, young Wali. But we are almost home. Just one last place of suffering, where our children were taken and made slaves. You have failed the proof. We are the people. We grew soft on our wandering. We remembered the thread of the past with so many planets. A long journey, young Wali. The time of Mihna has ended.
There we go.
Wali,
Oh, there you
pass
go.
within and
NPS
seek your
BRTH. Okay.
The path of the Zensuni Exodus is rare and hidden knowledge. You are no Masquerade cultist. Who are you? What do you seek here?
Ah, see, I have technologist because of my background.
The Fremen are long gone. Their siege is abandoned. Only their ghosts remain to haunt these halls.
Oh. graphical glitch on the cutscene.
That security door is encoded for Fremen biometrics. How did you bypass it? Perhaps we can help each other. I'm a scholar of Fremen social, cultural, and philosophical constructs, both past and present. They fascinate me. And I've studied the layout of this place. It's a death trap.
Her lips don't
Between the
move.
Masquerade trying to blow their way in and the structural damage left by the Sardaukar, the whole thing could come crashing down. And I have yours. The name's Aerie.
You're doing the planetologist tree now? Ah, nice. Getting that third one.
I serve no one. Let's say I'm something of a freebooting academic. And like you, my interests lie in discovering the true extent of the Fremen eradication. Or more to the point, discovering if that eradication even occurred. South, maybe. Arrakis is a big place. And while we like to think we're at the center of all things, in relative terms, the sphere of Imperial influence is rather small. They could be anywhere beyond the deep desert or the Tanzaruft, as it's known to the Ikhwan Bedouin. Not entirely. I'm sure the Sardaukar massacred them by the thousands. This siege bears evidence of that. But you're right. I don't believe the Imperial account. And I'm hoping the truth, or part of it, awaits us inside. If we survive.
Okay.
It serves the Emperor to depict the Fremen as barbarous and savage, but look at their craft. I see the work of a socially and materially advanced people. A people with the innate practicality. Did you encounter the Masquerade on your way here? They're some kind of cult. Worm worshippers based out of an abandoned power station far to the west. It's odd to see.
You think you have two left for Mentat, and then you get Thufir's Best. That's a nice rifle, if I remember correctly. Isn't only the Dune man better than Thufir's Best? Nice loot.
Looks like there's no other way forward. I hope you brought your cutter.
Just so happens I did.
We'll probably find that a lot of corridors and subchambers are collapsed and impassable. Some would have been brought down by the Sardaukar to deny key areas and resources. Touch the dead. It's standard Sardaukar doctrine to booby trap the bodies of their fallen.
There's a rifle, I want to pick that up.
And likely an armory. It's probably for the best that this way is impassable.
Okay. Got everything there.
blades. That's a door I don't want to open. Strange to think these corridors once echoed with the hopes and dreams of a lost multitude. Mothers, fathers, and children beyond them. Only silence. The silence this rock hasn't known in 10,000 years.
You think it would have been cool if you'd found an intact siege to claim? But that then would fit with the story, would it?
Our first goal on Arrakis is grassland provinces. We will start with these mutated poverty grasses. When we have moisture locked in grasslands, we'll move on to start upland forests, then a few open bodies of water, small at first, and situated along lines of prevailing winds with wind-trap moisture precipitators spaced in the lines to recapture what the wind steals. We must create a true sirocco, a moist wind, but we will never get away from the necessity for wind traps. This ecological transformation of Arrakis relies upon us controlling 3% of the energy surface. Only 3% to start a self-sustaining system. Learn this lesson well. Our transformation begins in the plantations of the south and proceeds in simple steps. To begin, bind the dunes using grass. Secondly, create deep plantings in the shelter of the downwind face. Finally, introduce burrowing animals to aerate the soil. You will be tested on how well you have learned to recognize the language of the ecological transformation. Remember your lessons,
Bind
and the door to the future will open.
the dunes using grass. And what was that bind symbol again? That one, okay. Using grass.
Very good.
To
Second
begin,
one.
bind the dunes using grass. Secondly, create deep plantings in the shelter of the downwind face.
Plantings,
Finally,
shelter,
introduce
downwind
burrowing
face.
animals to aerate
Planting.
the soil. You will be tested on how well you have learned to recognize the language of the
Shelter.
ecological transformation. Remember your lessons, and the door to the future will open.
Downwind. Planting. Shelter.
Brilliant work.
Downwind.
To begin, bind the dunes
Puzzle took
using
you an
grass.
hour first time.
Secondly, create deep plantings in the shelter of the downwind face. Finally, introduce burrowing animals to aerate the soil.
Burrowing
You will be
animals
tested on how
aerate
well you have learned to
soil.
recognize the language of the ecological transformation. Remember your lessons, and the door to the future will open.
So burrowing animal to aerate. Or soil. Hang on. Animal. Aerate.
Congratulations. You share the knowledge of a Fremen pre-adolescent.
There we go.
Good work. This must be the way.
Yeah, that one catches you out because you're looking
Now
for
we come
soil
to
and it's not
private
soil,
living
it's sand.
areas of the Siege proper. In a Siege community, the leader was known as the Nine, and the various Knives were often jealous of each other and liked to measure their relative influence by the
And also, in
number
terms of an
hearts
intact
they
siege,
commanded
don't
within
forget
their
it's supposed to be in
siege.
10,000
Siege
years.
Talab is a smaller siege, hosting roughly 500. That's the Masquerade. I was hoping it would take them longer to arrive in force. We'd better hurry up and be done with our business here.
Since they built them.
This must be the Cavern of Council, the cultural and political heart of any Siege community. It's here that Siege dwellers would gather to hear a traveling crier regale the community with news from beyond. And up there, upon that great terrace extending over the room, is the reason we're here today.
Nice. We have looted everything.
A death still. The place all Fremen end up at death, so they may return their water to the tribe. That script upon the platform reads, "The water of the tribe shall reveal the path." And I believe the path in question is related to the secret that's brought us both here. And while you were clearly no Fremen, you were able to pass their biometric locks without tampering or delay. Whatever lies beyond here, I believe your blood is the key.
Aristic, can you move, please?
Very good.
Cool, that works. Here we go. Cool. Did it. Man, that is a lot of blood for the little cut that I just put in my hand. It's magic.
Greetings, and Sabakul Kuar. If you are watching this, I am likely dead or captured. I came to Siege Talab in the same condition you find it now. Abandoned and despoiled. I must have triggered some kind of hidden alarm, because the Sardaukar were at my heels before long. They found me. I haven't long. So listen well. I was brought to this planet, like you and many others, with one overriding directive: find the Fremen. But when I finally came face to face with my quarry, I did not find the villains as described by the Communanet or the Emperor. Instead, I found a noble people being drawn into a conspiracy not of their making. A conspiracy extending from the very heart of the Imperium to the dark corridors of... I have to go. They don't know where I am right now, but I can't risk them finding what I leave for you. I wish there was more time. I have much to tell you, but your mere presence in this secret chamber indicates that the ones who sent us will not stop until they achieve their aims. I have hidden the details of my journey on a mimetic film locked within the safe on the wall. As with the security door and the death still, our blood is the key. And now, I lead the Zotokar as far from here as I may. Ma salam.
Okay. Any more loot? Any more shinies? If it shines, it's mine. Water, yes please.
Tricky Fremen. I believe more than half the technology in this room violates the first 11 Butlerian prescriptions. Probably more. Thou shalt not make a machine in the likeness of a human mind. And while the Fremen are ingenious, who are you really? This film is encrypted with a kind of protection I've only encountered in the restricted section at the Nemesine Library on Artesia. I believe that encryption was of Ixian origin. That's not good. We need an Ixian decoder to access whatever is on this, and I have access to the resources of a great house. Don't be concerned. I'll reach out when I have more information. If we Atreides are known for anything, it's our stiff-necked honor. Besides, as a mystery, you rank right up there with this film. Parting with people is a sadness. A place is only a place.
You'd think with a Dune IP, they could at least get her lips to move while she's talking in the cutscenes. Do you know what I mean? You'd think it was doable. Is that it? Are we done here now? Forgot if there's anything else I need to do. I think that's it, right?
The Masquerette. Going to try to draw them off. I'll make contact when I have the film decrypted.
Infidels! The lightning worm cannot be deceived! You will pay for your desecration in blood! After them! Do not let them escape!
Oh, come on, why am I... Fucking controls. Now I have no stamina. Fuck you, fucking game with your fucking controls. Piss me off. Ugh, it so pisses me off. The controls for the melee where it's fucking, oh look, I'm stuck against a wall, I can't fucking move. Why the fuck do they have to do this shit? Why do they have to do it? Why can they not? This is a year on and the melee combat is still fucking garbage. Thanks very fucking much. can't fix their goddamn game. You know, what's the point if you're just stuck and you can't actually move? Absolute retardism. As soon as we don't have bullshit in the movement, funny old thing, it goes absolutely fine. But no, we're just going to block you in at a wall, we're going to take all your stamina away. You know, it's just stupid. Hate shit like that. I hate it when, like, if you die because you suck or, you know, you've made a mistake or whatever, that's one thing. But when you die because of the game has fucking garbage, you know, controls or is buggy or whatever, that's just frustrating as piss, because that's not your fault. So annoying when they do it. Like, sort it out. It's been out a year and you still have shit like that in the game. Along with all the other bugs and everything. So far, I am not noticing any improvement to the game in a year at this point in the game. Which I find incredibly disappointing. It looks like they've spent the entire time messing around with their endgame because the endgame was shit. Which it was. But I'm not seeing any improvement to the jank, the bugs, or anything else. And that's really annoying. How do I get out of this place again? It's up here. Yeah. And that's... it's disappointing, man. It's disappointing. I really thought they would have done more to fix the game. Like, if they're going to release this as it is on console with this many issues and bugs and stuff like that in it, you know, the times when I go to my sniper rifle and I just can't use the scope, it just doesn't work. The times when I go to change weapon and it just doesn't change. The times when, like just then, where you get completely stuck, like we were doing the spy stream, we jumped on a rock, couldn't move backwards, forwards, left, right, and could only jump vertically, and then the rock falls and you die. Like, it's just shit like that. It's just horrendous, man. That's just horrendous. Backpack is full. Like I say, if you're gonna kill me because, you know, it's hard or it's a challenge or I need to learn a mechanic, that's one thing. But if you're going to kill me because I can't fucking move in the game, sorry, that just sucks ass. In fact, while I'm here, let's go and do a probe thingy. If I can. Meters I have to find. Shit me. That's actually quite a lot. gosh, there's more than that. What about over here? Very frustrating. I so hope they do not get into this bloody trap in console, because it'll just be another disaster. It'll be a big release. You know, maybe they'll sell a decent amount, but if they don't fix it, all that they're going to get is negative reviews. And it's going to kill it. You know, you'd think after Conan they would learn. It took them 10 years to fix that game, dude. 10 fucking years. You'd think they would learn. Take a ride around looking for a base location. Don't know if I can see enough. It's not where I would choose to build, I don't think. Actually, I can't move anyone. I'm doing a survey. I know roughly where I want to build. Build down over there, the other side of Sentinel City. I can't really see it right now, but I want to build. Okay, so we've got a couple of big, we've got a bunch of big builds around here, another one there. Yeah, I want to build like exactly behind in this area over there, I think. Yeah. Off here because I'm cooking. Well, I'm going to go down to Misa Taril, to the trade outpost down here. There is the trade outpost. Yeah, I've got Leader Johns, it's fine. It's fine. No problem. Built down here, I see. This used to be a popular place to build around here, but it's just a pain to get to the aluminium area. No, there's one base here on the cliffside. Actually, I see a Thopter up there. Somebody's active. Get to the top of here. There we go. No problem. Okay, we got all of those. Let's see what you
Been a
can buy
while
from
since
here
a new
these
face
days.
showed up around here. Welcome to Crossroads. There ain't no cross or roads.
You liked it when
but the
Ko
name
built his base
persists.
across to top of the two
I'm
pillars and
Zoe.
Odin.
Used to be from Caladan.
It was a ball ache to do
Now,
though, right? Because he had to
I'm
build it
just
from both
another
sides
lost
and
soul
scaffold
trying
it,
to
right?
get by on
It
sand
was
and
a
suffering.
neat idea. The thing for me is, with all these high bases, you've got to think about you need to have something that reaches to the ground to get your buggy out. Sentinel helmet. Which is that 26th K. Shadra still suit, old Sparky. Charm, heel kit, welding wire, heavy darts. Slaver gear. Carbide scraps, okay. Oh, industrial pumps sold here now, interesting. Insulated fabric, oh, and diamondine dust. Okay. Right. Is there a dude here? Well, maybe not, because I'm a sword master, right? Is this where the sword master is? Can't remember. Well, anyway, let's fly back.
You look a little lost, friend. Music to my ears. The basin is a pretty big place.
Which one is it? It's the
Could you
anvil,
narrow
right?
it down? I never miss the chance. Let's move before a storm rolls in.
Yeah, I don't mind building vertical bases as long as there is a garage at the bottom for me to put my buggy. Arno's at Pinnacle. Ah, okay. I mean, I don't need Swordmaster because I'm already a Swordmaster, so... Right. Okay.
Are you there? I've been trying to reach you for a while. I haven't managed to find an Ixian decoder for the Mnemic film anywhere. And that is unusual, given the resources I have access to. It's as if they've been deliberately removed from the face of Arrakis. I'll keep looking, but I wanted to let you know. Keep your eyes open. Maybe one of the towns has a black market trader who kept one in stock. I'll be in contact.
What have we got here? Got some food. That looks to be about it. Okay. Right, some of this aluminum, and then we've got Aristade's pistol, so let's put that in here. Right, I'm pretty sure this can't build aluminum, right? It cannot. So, what do I need? I need 41 cobalt paste. And I can make a death still. I've got the stuff to make a death still, but I really need more silicon blocks. Okay, we need silicon blocks, and we need cobalt paste. And I'm actually going to make myself another one of these, because we're going to need a second one here. Right. So, cobalt paste. Uses 12k. Let's make half of that, and then silicon block. Let's craft about that much. Okay. In the meantime, I need to empty these. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to do it a different way. We're going to put it in the buggy. So, and then we're going to demolish. Oh, but I need... Oh, do I not have enough steel? Okay, I thought I did have enough. I have to rebuild it then. I need more steel. I thought I had enough steel. Okay. Right. What is that? Scrap. Right in here then. That'll be enough steel. And we got a lot of mats. I've got 200 there. I do have enough steel. I put the steel in the buggy. Yeah, I'm like, I thought I had it. Okay. Yeah, I've got the steel. I just need the cobalt paste. We'll make that. Well, that one can be making steel anyway right now. That's fine. I need more steel anyway. So that's fine. And I need to be using all these mats up. Yeah. I still have some iron left to make some more storage. So... chemical refinery stuff goes in here. This is still all raw. Okay. This also goes in here. And that's full. Buggy's empty, sandbag's empty. Backpack's empty of that stuff. Okay, so I just need that cobalt paste. I'm not going to bother making a death still here yet. We're going to make the death still at the main base. So we're going to also have to move our storage, right? So let's move some of the storage for now. It's not that one. Good. Okay. What's in here? That's okay. Particle capacitor stuff. That's also that. So I want to move that to here as well. Cool. Let's get the big ore thingy up. I figured that might happen. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep one little one and one big one. The big one is technically more efficient, right? Because if you look at this, you need 50 water, 3 carbon, and 1 iron for an ingot. This one needs 50 water, 4 carbon, and 1 iron. So basically, I save, for every iron ingot, I save 1 carbon ore. At the moment, that's worth it. As in, I'm not worried about that. This is 4 iron ore and 25 water. This is 5 iron. It's saving 1 iron ore. For the power requirements, when you look at this power, this is 45 power. This is 15 power, so I need an additional 30 power. And if we look at how we're doing here, so these generate 75 each. I mean, I could build another one. I think at the moment we don't need to though, so let's, because this isn't going to be main base E either, so, right. Aluminum ingots. Right, how many aluminum ingots do I need to make? I don't want the Thopter yet. I want the buggy cutter A Mark IV. I need 70 aluminum. I've got the ray amplifiers. I've just got enough particle capacitors. And I need more. I need 16 more cobalt paste. How much have I got left that I'm making? It's not cobalt paste. So we're going to have enough cobalt paste. Low grade lubricant is silicon blocks. So see, this is the point. There's no point going with the next level of energy until we can solve our water situation, so I can make enough silicon blocks to make enough fuel. Yep. Because if we look at and also the power situation, so that does double the amount of power, but we need one calibrated servox, we need a lot of cobalt paste for it, and we need to solve the water solution. Right now, doing that here, not a thing. So I need more aluminum, but I really need more water, which means we've got to go and do a water run. Really. Got to go and do a water run. We've got a sandstorm coming there. Okay. Right, we need to go do a water run. Is it nighttime outside? It is. Okay. Where's my dew harvester? There it is. Why can I not add to my inventory what's full? Oh. Oh, they're maxed. Okay, that's why. Good. Give me that. Deposit all water. Doing. A quick way to getting some water. Am I holding beef takes from storage? But does it do that now? I'm pretty sure when I played before you had to have it in your inventory to deposit them like that. That's changed. Nice. I don't have my thief set as a respawn. Do I need to? I almost never want to respawn back at my base. Maybe when I go, well, actually, no, even, well, yeah, if I go deep desert, I suppose, maybe. But even then, there's like, you want to respawn at like the flight points, taxi points. Nice. Maybe I can get one more. Either way, that's been a goodly amount of water we've managed to get. Done. That's as much as I got with it, what we were able to do. I filled one and I got a little bit out of the for the other one. Shame. Never mind. Never mind. We did get a good amount of water there. Good amount of water back in our inventory. Okay, let's put this back. Put that back. I need to go repair my stuff as well. Let's repair that, and everything else is as is. Cool. Right, so what am I going to do next? What do I want to do next? I need to focus on aluminum, but to do that I need a lot of water. I need particle capacitor stuff. So I'm thinking I might do a testing station run. Because to do the aluminum, there's no point doing aluminum runs on a bike now. Until I can sort water out and capacitors. I've technically got enough, but that uses all my capacitors. Yeah, I think I'm going to go and do... I'm going to go and do a testing station run. I'm also going to make myself another blood bag. This is not for loot. This is literally for capacitors and for water. That should be fine. I've got fuel, got ammo and bandages. We're going to go and do this testing station because it's the quickest and with the most loot and bodies in it. 197. I'm pretty sure that's where I'm going. Yeah, 197. I think that is the best place to farm. For sure. Let me out. Maybe. And if I remember, aluminum takes an absolute metric ton of water, so... That sounded close. Well, once I've got the Mark IV color ray and I can... Once I've got the Mark IV color ray and I can take the buggy up to the thingy, that's when I'm going to build my like an initial outpost at least. Even if it's just a little thief with some storage in it, so where I can store, where I can hide my buggy in a sandstorm, that sort of stuff. Ron Clark, howdy, even watching your Chapter 3 play. Haha, nice. Glad you're enjoying, dude. I must admit, I was not particularly impressed with the dungeon things. Again, I'm wondering what they're going to do from a... I'm wondering what they're going to do from a single-player perspective, because you're not going to be able to do some of those high levels. So... Like, because that's really designed for group play. Shield. Yeah, I know. I know, we need the shield on. Not right now. There we go. Cool. Late September, maybe I'll get... Well, they can't leave those dungeon things as they are for single player, right? Because once you get above a certain level of difficulty, it's not possible for a single player to go to those high levels. So it will be interesting to see what they do. burn ammo though, that's for sure. Here for those particle capacitors, so we need to pick all of those up. There definitely has to be change. I mean, they've already said there's going to be changes to stuff in the game to account for single player, so you know they're definitely going to have to do that. Working on an Orthopter. Working on sorting out my water situation. So once I've sorted out water, then I'm going to go on and start farming aluminum. But with that aluminum farm, we'll be setting up a new outpost up in the Eastern Shield Wall. So that's the plan, and then obviously to the Thopter after that. So yeah, water, aluminum to get a Mark IV buggy cut array. Mark IV buggy cut array. Set up outpost, farm aluminum. Make a couple of death stills up there, and then build a Thopter. Yep. Was nice. I'm going to complain about that. 3 for 3. 3 for 3. Second shot, hit his head. There we go. Drop that, take that. Okay.
They're here.
There we go, very nice. picking up the blood. Man, we must be literally loaded up with blood so much. That's what literally most of our backpack is right now.
Shield up! They're here!
Okay, let's just ammo down that. Am I out of range? Even for the sniper? That's rude. Poison on you. Yes. Double kill. You do a run like this, don't pick up a knife and gun parts, too easy to get them on body runs. I just pick up everything, man. If I can pick it up, I'll pick it up. Cool, we're full on blood now. I mean, they'll come at certainly in the end game. If you're planning on doing any Landsrad stuff, it's worth picking all this stuff up because you know, if you have to make like, you know, 20 guns to fill a Landsrad mission, you're gonna want all those gun parts and knife parts. You know, some of those Landsrad missions, you have to build like that many weapons and stuff. I mean, if you're not planning on doing Landsrad, that's just different, of course. But certainly, I know that when I played it last time, I was glad I'd looted all that stuff. Okay, what are you going to give me this time? Anything good? Olaf's Quick Cutter. What do you actually do? Why would I care? But I don't have that recipe, so I kind of want it. Not going to lie. They don't do that anymore. They don't... Are you sure there's no missions like that? Is there no guild? Sorry, no Landsrad missions that... Oh, you cocksucker, really? Now? At the end of the thing? Everything's mission-based? Hang on, I gotta check this, because that blows my mind that they've done that. Where am I going? Is it this way? Yeah, that's where we came in, right? You've got me intrigued.
Access granted.
There were Landsrad missions that to complete the mission. So they changed the Landsrad. So originally you've got these missions. Build 50 or build 20 of this gun, deliver 20 guns, complete the mission, right? Then they changed the Landsrad and added these other missions to it so that you could, Atreides could win their faction thing. Oh my god, I'm going the complete wrong way. So I'm going to go and log on to my other character and we're going to have a look. Because that interests me. Because I wasn't aware they got rid of those missions. I thought these other ones were just an addition to it. So I'm really intrigued.
What?
And the character I'm going to log on to is the character that I did my first playthrough when the game was released. But I actually kept the base going all this time. I just log in once a month and refuel it. It sucked when they changed it because the main character has 14 plastanium boxes full of stuff and all you can do is sell at trade posts. Huh. I thought they were bringing them other mission stuff as just an addition. I thought it was an and, not a replace. Wow. I need to look at it. So I want to see what's changed there. And it'll take me ages to do it on this one, so I need to go and have a look. It goes to show, like, I've got a character that's at endgame that I've had since release, and literally all I do is log on, go to the Thief console, go refuel, log out. That's as much as I end up doing. And I came back, I did like a couple of streams when they did the Chapter 2 stuff and completed the Chapter 2 story quest because I was interested in the story. And then I've done, since then, and then I came back when they did the Landsrad mission change, but just to check out the Chapter 3 Landsrad missions, not to actually participate in Landsrad, so I didn't pay attention to the other mission types. That's really interesting. And kind of sucks in a way because I actually liked the fact that not everything in the game was combat focused. Like the fact that you could decide to be a character who was just going to do industry stuff and mine and manufacture weapons and deliver weapons and vehicles was cool. Probably missions in deep desert. No, the missions for Landsrad, they've got their own special locations. Right, let me just dump off this blood so that it's refining. And then we're going to check on my other character. I just want to see it, that's all. I can't see it on this one because this character's not high enough and also not in a guild. Exit to main menu. Yeah, on the Overland map. Private service, Mitrado, Risen Desert, join. Where the fuck am I? Why am I even here? What the actual hell? I have nothing here. What is going on? Please tell me I have a thopter in my backup tool. Why am I even here? This is ridiculous. I have a bike. Screw that.
Can I fly you somewhere today?
You freaking can. Why?
Music to my... The basin is a pretty big place. Could you... Most folks... Let's try to avoid any...
This is the character I had when I first started playing. So this is on another content creator server. So when the game was released, he set a bunch of these servers up, and I was on that server. And so this is a character that I played through then. Since then, I've just logged on to Refuel, other than coming back and checking out Chapter 2 story and checking out Chapter 3 when it first released, but I haven't continued to play, so I almost never play, and I have no idea why the hell I'm here. Like, that's just the weirdest thing I've ever seen. Bike is even this. Why do I even have a bike in there? What is it? It's a Mark 6. Okay. Must be the bike I did when I tried out that bike race mission. Do I have a booster? Yeah, it's a booster. This is the one I used for the bike racing. Private server? Yeah, private server. Okay, I can't get here. What the fuck? I can't even remember my way around here. I have no idea where I am. Okay. Where are we? Up here. My base is up here somewhere. But... I don't even know if anyone's still playing on this server. See if there's any bases that are still up. There used to be tons. This server was like, there were hundreds of bases. Well, there's one base there that's still going. That one's maybe still going, I don't know. Yeah, this whole area here was full of bases, and they're all gone. They're even like completely eroded. Well, there's my base. It's based on an Atreides airfield. It's basically like a land-based aircraft carrier. Well, my power's still up, that's a good thing. Make sure my power's actually how much I got left. Yeah, I never even built a large spice refiner. That's as far as I got with it. Oh, they extended double the time, didn't they? Oh, look at that, 62 days. Awesome. You like aircraft carriers? Well, that's kind of what it's based on. I'll show. Actually, I'll go up to the top and I'll show you, and then we'll look at the Landsrat thing. So, this is the main sort of hallway area through here. This is kind of where you come in on the main entrance. Down through here, Shai Halud. We've got a little bedroom area going on here. Takes us back into the garage. Up here we've got... I can't even reach it. This is the space I built for my large spice refiner, but never actually did it. At the moment it's just housing water. We got the manufacturing area, gear area. And then the airfield. And here's our airfield. It's all still there, look. All still there. We've got our air traffic control tower in the corner. We've got a scout thopter there. Assault thopter. There's my carrier. Another assault thopter in here in the sandcrawler. I should have another scout thopter over here. Do I? Yeah, I do. Yeah, there you go. Nimitz, 5-star Admiral, Sink Pack, Vincent, Congressman from Georgia, introduced to Ocean Navy in the late 30s. He serves aboard the USS Ranger. There you go. Right, Landsrad. Decree issued. Huh. So it's only through these now. That's rubbish. Oh, that's rubbish. I thought they'd left in the fact that you could still do a mission. Each one of these would have a mission where it was deliver X number of stuff. So how much do I get for doing that? Because that says you need 14,000 Landsrad rep, right, with that one to do it. How much land? So you get 1,000 Landsrad contribution. So you need to do, are they all the same? That's 1250. So you basically need to do that, each one of these 14 times to get the max reward. And do you still have to visit the special, do you have to visit the Landsrad rep to get the rewards, or are they automatically given to you now? Yes. Yes, you still have to visit, or yes, they give it to you automatically. If you still have to visit the Landsrad rep, that sucks. Well, there you go. Who'd have thought? So you still have to... So they took away all of the thing that was great for people that wanted to be a crafter and an industrialist. And so they took away all of that, replaced it with like these missions, which you get to repeat again and again and again, like 50,000 times. And on top of that, I still have to go to the vendor to collect my rewards. Well, that sucks. I liked having at least the choice of being able to deliver 50 guns and being somebody who wanted to craft and be an industrialist. I am very disappointed. can be sure about that. I don't know why they would get rid of it in the main game. That makes no sense to me to get rid of those missions. It made sense to give something to other people who wanted, because there were people out there that didn't want to make 50 guns, right? They wanted to do combat stuff. I thought that was the whole point. But when you looked at that crafting mission, the crafting mission was go to some thing and do combat to get some stuff, not craft 50 of something. You know? It doesn't make sense. Just don't understand why you get rid of it. I need to get rid of that too. Where's my construction tool? We are going on a bit of an extended run, so that's fine. Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing about a game like this is choice, right? It's giving people the choice to do what they want. I mean, that's one of the great things about single player is you can make the server and you can have it with the settings you want. But all they've done in this particular case is said, right, we're going to take away players' choice as to how they're going to engage with the Landsrail. I just don't see why they would take it away. Why wouldn't you just leave it in? I just don't understand the logic. Sometimes I just wish I could get a developer and just have a chat with him and go, can you tell me why you took this out and replaced it with this? Why you didn't just add it? You know, sometimes it would just be great to do that. And just because I just want to understand the thinking, and maybe that then tells you, oh, this is the way forward. Okay, fine, right? Okay, I now see where you're going. I don't necessarily agree with it, but you know, you understand where their logic is. Right now, I just don't see the logic. I need to. Not everything has to be combat based. Okay, so we're going to go and do an aluminum farming mission. And we're going to go in the buggy. Even though the buggy can't mine it, it's got a bigger storage bay. And aluminum is very, very heavy. One of the problems is I can't pick the buggy up if there's a sandstorm. This is absolutely true. But if I'm filling my storage bin in my bike, I also can't pick it up, so we're just have to hope we get lucky and find somewhere for shelter. You have boxes full of weapons you have to sell cheap to vendors or break them down because you wanted them. Not. Man, that really sucks. That really sucks. Especially given, okay, so they've now got a crafting section, right? So in the missions, but the missions aren't crafting missions. One of the missions was go and do a bike race. That's not a crafting mission, is it? Ungraded Thufirs will sell for 10,000. Yeah, but by the look of it, 10,000 is not a lot of Solari because of how much you can earn on those Landsrad missions. They seem to be pretty decent for earning cash. Ramp am I taking? It's there. You do the missions to upgrade your crafting skills. I understand. I understand that bit. What I'm saying is though, if you use logic. If you want to upgrade somebody's crafting skill, wouldn't it be great if the mission required you to craft? You see what I mean? Like you improve your craft. It's like, think about like World of Warcraft. You gain improvement in your two-handed sword skill by using your two-handed sword. So if you're improving combat skills, it should be combat missions. If you're improving crafting skills, it should be crafting missions. So on and so on. That's just what I think. Clearly I'm in the minority. Okay, and this is the kind of thing that I don't have to put up with on a single player server. You know, let's block the main route between the fucking aluminum area and everywhere else for a buggy. I just really gonna have to see what's in the patch notes in September. Because if it's literally the game as it is now, with those changes to the land transmissions, and the only way that you can level up your stuff is just by repeating just those missions and not having any of the crafting stuff or anything else, I'm not sure I wanna do a full playthrough with that, to be honest. Is that granite? That's not right. What's granite? Fuck. That's 14 missions. For every, at least 14 missions for every one of the people that, or every one of the reps that you want, right? Just to get the reward from one of them each week. And I'm guessing... And you can do how many a week? You can do... right now it's capped, right? You can only do 30 missions a week or 35 missions a week or something. Is it a week or is it... That's a week, right? Like a lot of the main pathways are blockage. Yeah, it's one of the things I always wanted for the game. Like when they said the game was coming out, it was like PvP and PvE and all this sort of stuff. I was like, okay, I'm okay with that, because I kind of felt they were going to do almost a bit like an Eve thing, where you would have these people who would be industrialists and they would make all the weapons and vehicles because they would be specialized and they could do it cheaper and quicker than the PvPers, so that you would be able to, you would get your mats and stuff and the things that you need through selling equipment to the PvPers. Right, so that's why I didn't mind the industry land trap stuff, because I envisaged myself doing a bit of that, of doing the industry, sell that to the PvPers, and the PvPers, I then use that money to buy the recipes that I want and the spice that I want and so on. If you clear all 35. If you clear all 35 you have, you get 5 a day. So you can do 5 missions a day. So you can do 35 missions in a week. And it takes 14 missions to complete one of those vendors to get the maximum rewards. So you can only get the maximum rewards twice. Or you can only get 2 of those Landsrad rep dudes, you can only get the maximum reward twice in a week. They don't sound very good to me. See, that's why if you had those like delivery missions on top of that wasn't time gated, that just allowed you to get the Landsrad rewards from the different houses, then you could still keep your gating on the skill improvement thing. Well, it said that the Landsrad contribution to the most of the missions was between 1,000 and 1,250. Right, you needed 14,000 to reach the max reward for a Landsrad rep. So let's say, for ease of argument, you're doing, you're just doing the 1,000 Landsrad contribution ones because you want to do the quick and easy ones every time, right? That means you're doing 1,000 a time, which is 14 missions. Big base up here. Oh, look at that one up there. Oh, he's built like a gate thing to almost go across. See, it's a dick move, right? It's a fucking dick move. Why? That gap there is one of the main routes that people use in and out the map. So if you build on this side, if you build your base, you want to build it so you're close to the overland, where you can get into the overland map, right? Well, if you've built it here, he's now blocking you as much as he can from getting off the map. You can see a guild doing that many, but not a solo player. Got a Mark IV buggy cutter in one of the stations. Yeah, but I don't have the gear to do these testing stations, really. It would be a slog, and I'm kind of asked for that. I'd rather just go and farm the aluminum and make it. But yeah, that's a real dick move. And you can see he's not even using it. He's just building as big a wall as he can across. So the only way you can slip through the thopter is this little gap here. Dick move. It's a testing station. I'll dick around with that. Where is that sandstorm? That's down the bottom, that's fine. And this is the problem. Like, I always did my best when I built my bases. I always did my best to make sure that if I was building across a road, I would actually build stilts and put the base up so that people could drive underneath it, so that I was never blocking. But people just don't give a shit. Looks like he made a hole in the middle. Yeah, but have you seen the size of the hole he made? One, you're never getting a carrier through that. Two, you're going to struggle to get an assault through that. And yes, you can get a scout through that, but you've got to be fucking accurate. It's about the size of a scout fuselage. It's just a dick move. Why would you do it? It's just being a knob. Yeah, that's just toxic behaviour. Basically, anyone that, well, you know, anyone that builds to deliberately block roads, resources, access points in the game, it's basically just a toxic player in my view. This ain't a PvP map. There's no PvP allowed in Haga Basin, right? None. Not even on the old. Not even in the old shipwrecks anymore. They turned it all off. So all you have is people being an asshat instead. Shoot! So based on what I've seen here, in this high level area, I've seen now 2 bases blocking main roads, and that base now blocking one of the main routes off the map. I would not recommend coming to this server. So I've got a bunch of unsociables on here. Probably trying to make it, what I've seen is, and I've heard about online as well, people making it as unsociable as possible on the siege, so that it can literally be just that guild only, and all the people on it are just in one guild to control it. If he blocks it too bad, Funcom will delete it. They won't delete it because he's not blocking the only route off the map. He's just making it inconvenient that you have to fly for longer in a different direction. If Funcom didn't allow it, they would have put a no build. They'd have put a no build restriction in the area, which they didn't. You know, and he'll say, well, there's a hole, fly through it, or you can go through that little bit on the edge. Whatever. Thing is stuff like that is why the game had issues and why people left, because they didn't like they liked the survival, they liked the RPG elements, and they didn't even mind some of the PvP, but the PvP became not PvP, it became a gank fest. You know, one person against 6 being hounded by Thopters. The Deep Desert became Thopter only, because why would you take anything else than a Thopter? So PvP was literally Thopters ganking a single Thopters, and in Haga Basin, people doing everything they could to be arseholes. European mindset. How can the elites treat the peons? Yeah, but this is a US East server, man. So everyone on here is US East Coast. I would 100% agree with you if this wasn't a US East Coast server. Everyone on here is US East Coast. people will say, get over it, go fly around, go out the different entrance. Yeah, but you're just doing it to be a dick. You're not doing it because it has any impact on you or has any benefit to the game or has any benefit to you. The person who's done it has done it just to be a knob. That's what I don't like about it, because it just... If you're a knob doing that, what else are you a knob at? Are you going to be one of those people that's blocking people taking off in their thopter and in the deep desert? Are you landing on top of them? Are you doing all those other griefy tactics that you can do? You know? See many Europeans play on the East Coast because there's better internet network, although the ping might be high. Really? I didn't know that, and I didn't know. That's kind of weird that the ping is better on a US East Coast than it is on a... Never come across that before. Interesting. Either way, server watch way, I think it is. Not recommended. Stay away. You know, it's like this guy. He's built literally across the main route that leads you up and round. Has he built all the way across here as well? He has. Yep. There you go. He's literally built all the way across there. Such a dick move. How are we doing? She's already half full. Oh my god, it's so slow. Server's actually way more active than I was expecting, I have to say. So I think there must be a guild or something on here. A lot of these are definitely... You look at the size of the bases, how elaborate the bases are. These are people that have been playing a long time, for sure. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're all in a guild. It's not like a lot of people, but it's enough. It's enough to see that. Yes, then they're active. Because I've seen a few Thopters flying around, and these aren't, and the bases aren't bricked up. Because like if you're abandoning your, not abandoning, but if you're just like logging in for power, a lot of the pentashields you just brick them up, and you don't have to pay the fuel for it. So none of them are bricked up. Looks like most have moved here, not too many good places left. Nah, unfortunately. Well, the good thing is this isn't my main playthrough. I mean, to be honest, I don't know whether I want to continue now. I mean, it's the whole Landrad thing has dampened it. The way some of the people are here, I'm like, do I just like say, okay, I've played the game enough. I haven't seen any changes in the early game at all. I haven't seen any bug fixing of note in the early game at all. Do we just finish it here and just wait till September and go finish Planet Crafter and Mech Warrior for the next couple of weeks? Because the whole point was to come and see what was different from starting. Like, I can see the end game because I have a character that's end game. If I really wanted just to play in the end game, then I could just log in the other character that I've been keeping since release and go play that with everything already built. The point was to come and play the game and see, right, okay, the game's been out a year. What have you done in that year, Hong, to address the issues in the early and mid game? They've done a base pick up and move tool, and they've done a get your vehicle back tool or mechanic. What else have they done in the early mid game? You know, crashed ships on the sand, still a ball ache to deal with. You still very janky climbing on them, moving around them. Half the time you can't even reach the cargo bit. That you can't actually reach the sort of stuff inside. So I'm just frankly, I'm disappointed. Because while it's important to fix the end game, because the end game was in a shocking state. I mean, there wasn't an end game of note. If they release this as it is to the console audience in 2 months' time, it's going to be a disaster. You know, I want to see the game succeed. I think there's a really great foundation here. I'm kind of like all the decent spots pretty much are taken up here in the shield wall. So I'm gonna have to go in and on a suboptimal place, and the aim was there's some nice spots building where I've been driving around with the aim that you can go around and collect the aluminum easy with the buggy. But there's obviously people that are blocking some of the main pathways, which makes that buggy tour of collecting aluminum a real pain in the ass as well. Yeah, I think I'm going to finish collecting this aluminum. We're going to run it back to the base. We're going to make the aluminum things. We're going to get it cooking. But I think, certainly for now, unless something massively changes, I don't think I'm going to stream this game now until... I think I'm just going to stop here. And I'm going to come back on September 22nd. I'm going to try the single player and see how the single player is, and I'm going to check the patch notes to see if they've addressed issues like the sniper scope not working, like the delay in this cut array. So like when I go up here, right, if I got this and I go to the cut array and I do this, there it worked. But sometimes I have to press it 2 or 3 times. The weapon switching sometimes doesn't work. It's just too much ass hattery in it. So I'm gonna hope that it's a big update with a lot of fixes. You're gonna see me in September? No worries. No worries. I just don't. Just at the moment, I just go right. Okay. What's the point in continuing right now? Like you go. Nothing's changed. The whole point was to see if anything had improved. Nothing's improved. Everything's the same. You know, and the public servers still suck. With people building in dick places, good places to build gone. I mean, how do you know how busy a server is or a siege is until you've got on it and you're able to get to the end game area to see if there's any good spots left? You don't. You just don't know, because the servers don't show the number of active people in it. So you put, you know, I put in what, 10 hours yesterday, 5 hours before, another 4 hours. So I've put in close to 20 hours in to get to the point to look and see if this server is worth building an end game base on, or if there's a spot available in the good spots. Or if people are building in dick places, you know, that's not good. That's not good. That's not good. I think then the plan will be finish Planet Crafter, finish Mech 5. Maybe do Halo Campaign Evolved, and then we've got No Man's Sky, Days Gone, and Conan Exiles. Probably the next one. Oh, and Pal World 1.0. September, October is going to be busy as hell as well, because you've got Enshrouded going 1.0, and you've got Valheim going 1.0. 2 other very big survival games. So that's going to be interesting. Cool, one more, and I'll start heading back, and if we find one more, then there's one in there. Stephen, you're going to see me in September, okay. Henry, interesting, happy gaming. Yeah, it's a shame, man. They need to have an end game where you find the Fremen and control all the spies. Well, I mean, they said before they released the game there was going to be a third faction. And everyone assumed it was going to be the Fremen who were the third faction, because there's supposed to be a faction. Because the way the Landsrad was supposed to work was Harkonnen and Atreides fight it out, and then one of them wins and controls the Landsrad for a week. Well, the Fremen faction was supposed to be this middling faction that fought against both, and the aim was the Fremen would win if neither Harkonnen nor Atreides won. That's how they were going to do it. And with that, everybody thought then the Fremen were going to become the solo players faction. do think that Nuclear Epoch is interesting. Sorry, Nuclear Epoch? I don't know what you mean by that, Henry.
Where's the ramp?
See? Douchebag move. Let me see, spell it. Mon Evenstar has a couple of streams. Cage 841 also. A couple of streams on Dune. And the only content creators to be honest, I watch at the moment is Co-Carnage, so. They're on YouTube. Okay. I certainly think I'm doing the right thing by pulling the plug on this now. I don't need to play this for hundreds of hours to then start afresh again in September from the beginning on a single player mode to do everything again I'm doing now, given there's been no changes. If there had been changes before the end game, then it would have been different. But I've seen nothing different, so I think I'm doing the right thing. And add to that the fact that people told me that I'm streaming too many different games at the same time. Actually, if I'm to cut one out of Mech 5 and Planet Crafter and this is the one to do it. Did I miss my turn? Maybe not. Get through here. Because Mech 5, I've been running that playthrough now for, like, I'm on like 150 plus episodes. Planet Crafter, you know, not dissimilar. Oh no, it is down there. Said I can get through, and I can. Right into an enemy base. Keep your other Dune game alive. Yeah, I mean, I'm not. Well, I haven't let that one go. I mean, I've kept that one going for over a year now, right? So, and that's on a private server. It's different. The people there, I know the people there. Nobody acts like a dick. Nobody builds like a dick. You know, people there are actually really nice on that server, and you know that particular content creator fosters that type of attitude on his stream anyway. So the people on it, I know, are going to be decent. So I have no intention of letting my that end game character go. So I'm definitely keeping that one for now. For now, we'll see. I mean, once you get to the problem is, I still have to log in every 30 days and refuel. And eventually I'm going to run out of the massive stock of fuel I built up. Particularly, I'm going to run out of the spice residue, which means I'll have to go and farm spice and all that sort of thing. And you go, if the single player, I've got enough fuel to last me until well, probably to the end of the year. And if the single player game is good, the single player version of this is good, then I can just let that one go and let it die. But the you know, if the single player's not good, then you go, oh, might as well let it die as well, because then the game's not going anywhere. I kind of feel if they don't sort the game out by the console release, its future is in doubt. Especially with how ruthless the game industry is right now. If it goes badly for them, I think it's in trouble. Because, you know, they got to pay a license fee to have this. That's the thing. I wonder how much they're paying for a Dune license fee. Yeah, I mean, like I say, I've got enough fuel to last until the end of the year. I just don't see much point in keeping it going if the game's not improved in the future, and there's not much point keeping it going if I then commit to a single player playthrough. Because I think what will happen is, I think if they release the single player and it's half good, I think they'll have to do a massive server merge, because I think at least 50% of the remaining player base will just go straight to single player, and the online player base would just die. And you'll be left with a few servers of people that play online and want to play together. But I mean, you can set up your own, you can host your own server for co-op, right? You can get a private server not many people are going to want to play with a bunch of randos who can do ass-hattery stuff like you're seeing here. That's the thing. I think there's a lot of people are going to leave and go to single player only mode. I mean, that's what I'm intending to do, right? As soon as I can go single player mode, I'm in. That sucked my water like crazy. Aluminum is so water heavy. Okay, I've got storage space for the rest of the aluminum, I think. Oh no, I've got 7 here. Well, we did get an amazing run of picking up aluminum. That was actually a really good run. What setup do I think will be needed for single player mode? I don't think it's going to be much beyond what it is now. I can't think it would need to be, because what you are going to have is you're going to have a much bigger install, I would think, because stuff that's being handled server side right now will have to be done on a local client. Right, so your install is probably going to be significantly bigger. But in terms of performance, I would suspect they're doing a lot of things right now to mitigate that, you know, and there's performance issues already because of some of the server connections and server lag and stuff like that. So is the performance going to be any different? You're not going to have the server issues, but your machine's going to have to do more work. I would think that's probably one of the biggest things they've had to address in doing a local client. Maybe they're going to reduce draw distance or in-game world stuff, but at the same time, you're not going to have multiple people on the game. You're not going to have hundreds of bases and other calculations that's going on in the game. So you've only got the one player that's impacting the game world. So I think the single player mode is going to be, I think the specs are going to remain the same. I think if you're going to host for multiple people, that's a different beast. That's a different beast. I think you're going to need a goodly amount of RAM for that as a minimum. And obviously NVMe, solid state and everything else. Yeah. Okay, well, I think I'm going to wrap it up here. And we're going to wrap the Dune playthrough up here. We've come back, we've played for nearly 20 hours. I don't really feel any change in the game up to this point. For me, the game is still as good as it was before as a survival RPG. So, and I've got hundreds of hours out of this game, so I am not saying it's a bad game. What I'm saying is I don't want to replay it right now, having already done it to the end game when it released and there being no difference, and then knowing that in 2 months' time I'm going to replay it on single player when there's going to be different stuff. So that's why I don't want to replay it right now. The reason I came back was to check out if there were any differences or any game improvements since a year had passed prior to this single player release. I find the melee combat still janky. I still have issues with weapon swapping and it not registering. I still have issues pulling up my sniper scope. I still have issues with jankiness around shipwrecks on the sand, and the inability to retrieve items from those shipwrecks due to weird heights and everything else. When you climb on the shipwrecks, you still get caught on stuff. I see multiple errors in the cinematics. Aristay, for example, in the cinematic for the Trial of Ackle, lips don't move when she's talking. Her hair was coming out of her hood until she pulled the hood off, so there was like graphical glitches. It's all those things that complete a polish, that make a game polished. And I don't see any polish has been added in that year period. That's my thoughts. So tomorrow, MechWarrior 5. So we're going to do MechWarrior 5 Mercs, career mode, and we're going to go through big stompy robots. So we're going to basically run Mech 5 Planetcrafter much as we can, and Dune Awakening back 22nd of September. Thank you all for your support. Thank you all for watching. Hope you have a good morning, evening, afternoon, wherever you are in the world. And for now, you've been watching The Ghost Out. I'll see you tomorrow for some BattleTech action, and we all know how much I love BattleTech. Have a good night.